Hello, my name is Walt. I don't think you're supposed to see me there. We are live at DFW Airport. This is Runway DFW. My name is Walt. We're operating with a reduced set of equipment today because it's going to rain. And I have to be prepared to pack things up. So here we are. It's Saturday, August 20th, 2022. I don't know if you can hear me because I can't hear myself. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Because normally I can hear myself because of the way I had to set things up today. I'm not hearing myself. So hello to everyone, if you can hear me. Hello, Uncle Pat. Hello to you, Sam Richardson. Allison Tidy says hello. We say hello back. Farida Bed says hello, Walter. Moses Gaming 1. When we start, we are started, and we're going to try to keep going as best we can. And there I am again. I don't need to do that. So we'll get going, and Richard Ryan Smith says, a little harried, but okay. And Moses Gaming says there is an echo. So let me see if I can address that. A plane. Yes, that was a nice way to start. Listen. Sorry about people in front of us. So what's happening here is that there's so many things. I shouldn't bother you all with my little travails here. Oh, and there again. Let me see if I can get a better shot here. Hey, we've got a double play. Holy moly. This looks like Cargo Lux. I don't yet have my, of course that was Singapore Airlines 747 cargo we just saw. Here's Cargo Lux. believe it or not, and as long as I've been coming here, it's the first time I've ever seen two queens arrive back to back. So bear with me, friends. Switch camera angles. And all of a sudden, I think it seems like we're in Anchorage.
What are you here for? What are you here for?
I'm doing a live broadcast on YouTube.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay, I need to know. I think I've got the microphone now. Okay, I think I've got the microphone on now. Please let me know, because I have no feedback in my ears as to whether I'm going out to you or not. Thank you, Ken. Yes, I've never seen 3 747s in a row here, ever. Ever. I'm sure it's happened before, but I'd never seen it. So I need somebody in the room of chat to let me know if they can hear what I'm saying. Ken is watching grass grow. Yes, I'm aware of that. What I'm doing is trying to work with an unfamiliar. Okay, John Franco says sound is good. Okay, so I can proceed from there, and I can keep going. We might have a little wind noise because I don't have a wind sock on my mic. Here's what's going on now that I can talk to all of you. Because when I started to set up, we were starting to get raindrops here at DFW, and don't get me wrong, we welcome rain. Anything rain is good, but not when you're doing a broadcast. So I've had to cut down on all my equipment. I've got shower curtains at the ready to cover everything up in case it does rain. We'll look up at the sky here and show you that you know, there could be some storminess in the skies. The radar predicted that we might see some rain here, so I had to dumb down my equipment. I don't have my audio board. I don't have my regular second and third cameras, and I don't have a way to hear myself, which is the main weird thing. So that's why I was so hesitant to be chatting away. So let's look at some planes. Now that I think I'm squared away, and if everything goes white all of a sudden, it's because I'm covering up our equipment with shower curtains. And I'm sorry I couldn't tell you where all those 7.4s were coming from, because I was so focused on getting everything lined up. CF Cash says, where is this? This is Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, USA. It's the second busiest airport in the country, or in the world, actually. So we've got a couple of aircraft at the north end of runway 18 left. There you see on your left is an American Airlines flight 1742. It's an A321 on its way to San Francisco. And the other plane is a Delta plane, which has fallen off my radar there for a second. Oh, it's going to Salt Lake City. That's an A319. No, an A321 also. Okay. No, it's not. Delta flies an A220. But it is going to Salt Lake City. And I'll see what I can do about a windsock for my mic in just a second here. Anyway, I've got a whole story to tell about my computer adventures today and yesterday and earlier in the week. I have a relatively new computer, but it started eating away at all of my space on the disk, which made things rather unstable. So I spent several hours speaking with the Wizards of Cupertino about what was going on. I had to reset my computer several times, and I wasn't able to restore the settings I had for this broadcast, so I had to recreate them all before I came out here, which made me late to begin with, and then we had some other issues once we got out here, most notably rain, or the threat of rain. Now, I don't know about you, but when you've got several $1,000s worth of electronic gear that's not designed to be wet, you kind of want to keep that stuff dry. Is that going to land? Oh, okay. Oh, you heard the A320, didn't you? You heard those engines. Well, actually, I don't know if you heard those engines, because one of the things we lack today is our secondary microphone, which is a shotgun mic, they call it, which points towards the aircraft as they take off. We have a Frontier bird for you here. It's flight 2711. What is that back there? Is that landing or taking off? I think that's a go-round, actually. It had started to land, and that's definitely not the takeoff position, so I think that went around. I'll try to identify that for you in a sec. This is North the Harp Seal livery. And I'm trying to find that plane that just tried to land. Okay, it was coming in from Hot Springs, Arkansas as a Southern Airways Express, which I believe is a freighter or a cargo plane. And it just, you saw it kind of rising there in the background of the Frontier plane before we zoomed into it. And for whatever reason, it decided not to land over there on the east side of DFW Airport. We are on the west side. So we were unable to see if the pilot saw something on the runway which was not supposed to be there, or if they got waved off by the air traffic control. And that's another thing we don't have, is the ATC today, because our microphone that we use for that is not available because it's packed away to keep from, well, it's to keep us from having a minimal amount of equipment that we have to keep dry. There goes Frontier. And there is American Airlines Flight 2976 coming in from Los Angeles. That's an A321. That is our wide view of DFW Airport here from our secondary camera. It's another thing. We normally have a video switcher. We can switch between three things, and we don't have that at our disposal today. There you see the giant American flag blowing gently in the wind with a southerly wind today. If you're wondering what we will be seeing later on in about, let's see, 3:30, 4:30, about 90 minutes, we'll be seeing the arrival of the only Airbus A380 which makes an appearance at DFW, the British Airways flight from London Gatwick. And there's the view here at DFW Founders Plaza. Chuck Tolsma, who's sitting right over there, I don't know if you can see him. He's there on the left of the screen. He's kind enough to send us a $1.99 super chat, who stating the obvious says, "It's hot, Walt." Yes, it is. But we don't quite have the same level of sun that we normally have. It's kind of gratefully hidden away between the or behind the clouds, so not too bad today. We're gonna have to be doing a lot of this today because I don't have the normal control of 3 cameras that I usually have. It's an American Eagle Embraer 175 coming in from Greensville, Spartanburg, I believe. Oh, I was right. It was a 2-hour and 10-minute flight. That's an Embraer 145, or E145. I guess an Embraer 145. On its way to Abilene, Texas. Just a short hop. American Eagle. And that was American Eagle Flight 1466 coming in from, I think, Zacatecas, Mexico. A 2-hour journey aboard that Embraer 175. Got another flight going out to LAX. It's American Flight 1235. It's an Airbus A321. That is just a 1-year-old aircraft. And there you see in the background the skyline of Dallas. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport being kind of betwixt Dallas and Fort Worth, but we are not in a position to see the skyline of Fort Worth from our position. Probably saw there in the background a Qatar Airways aircraft that arrived while we were setting up. And there's kind of the wide-angle view of the airport. If I go too far over here, there's a garbage can. Coming in from Fresno, that's American Flight 1770, a 737-800. And now departing for Santa Fe, New Mexico, is this CRJ 701ER. It's an American Eagle flight. That's a ghost plane. It did not make an appearance on my radar screen there. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Waiting for some more aircraft here for you folks. And I think we found one. American Airlines Flight 1870 coming in from Eagle, Colorado, an A319. And now I think we finally have a moment or two to breathe. So let's park that lens and check our messages. Okay, so John Franco is filling us in on the missing information I didn't have for you earlier. The Singapore and Cargolux 747s were freight flights. We knew that. They were from Anchorage. They were both from Anchorage. So thank you, John. I lost that one in the sun. Oh, Mrs. Runway DFW. Allison is noting the grass looks a bit parched, and yeah, we've had very, very little rain in the last few weeks. More than a month, I would say. So we are looking forward to some rain. We thought we might get some today, and we had a few drops before we started. Here comes American Flight 37 coming in from Madrid in España. It is a 787-9 Dreamliner. Worldwide Pilot 101 says hello and hello. Allison says, need some heat over here in the UK. Didn't you get some heat a couple of weeks back and it was like record breaking and nobody has air conditioning and it was bad and everybody got hot? So now I hope it's cooler. Don't wish this heat on anybody. Redcar 43 from Richmond, Virginia. Love your channel. Thank you, Redcar 43. Much appreciated. Again, our stream is pretty much only about 70% of its normal content because of some technical problems and the threat of rain. This American Eagle flight's going out to Oklahoma City while we're seeing a flight from Albuquerque arriving on American Airlines. So that is touchdown. And there goes the flight to Albuquerque. And there's the East Tower of DFW Airport. Worldwide Pilot 101 wants to know if I'd ever stream at Carswell Field, the former Air Force base in Fort Worth. And, you know, I don't know a lot about, I'll have to be honest, I don't know a lot about military aircraft, or if there are places that are good to hang out there, but typically, unless I'm mistaken, or unless they're doing some exercises or something, I don't know if you could count on the regular nature of arrivals at Carswell or departures. So there'd be a lot of time to fill. That was American Flight 1584, an A321 coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada. We haven't taken a look over at the UPS cargo facility today. Normally it's very laid back over there on a Saturday, and I don't imagine we'll see anything going on there today. If you can make it out there on the right, you can see the tail of a 747, and just to the left of that is an MD-11, of which we see many of those on the morning shows when we come out here to do them. And then lined up there's 1, 2, 3 other aircraft, and I can't tell precisely what they are from the tails. They usually park the 757s down there at the end. Next up, ladies and gents, it's coming in from Salt Lake City. This A321 on American Airlines. That's the second plane we've seen this afternoon, just kind of float there about 10 feet off the ground for, I don't know, probably a few hundred feet before it touched down. And because we don't have as many cameras as we normally do, we'll swing around here to show you the tower, the beacon, and the flags, which indicate that the wind is coming in from the south, because we are pointed to the west right now. We're going to have to do a 180 plus here to see the arrival of United Flight 1883 coming in from San Francisco. It will be a minibus, an A319. But I was a little premature on that, because before that, there's this. It's an American Eagle, Embraer 145. And that's coming in from Garden City, Kansas. So wherever you may be joining us from this afternoon, welcome to Runway DFW. John Fishwick is joining us from St. Helens in England. Hi there, John. John Franco said, didn't know Finnair services DFW. Their A350 is due out in about an hour. Yeah, we saw it come in as we were setting up, but as one of the planes we could not bring you this afternoon. And here comes that United aircraft. And so we did get to the comment from DeMarquise Black. LOL, I'm parked in the back of the lot watching white Silverado. Hello. Hello to you. Can't make out your vehicle. I heard a honk. I can't make out your vehicle right now. DFW plane spotting. Do I see DFW plane spotting? H.G. Williams saying, good afternoon from Comanche. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Tank 2010. Hello, Walt. I'm sick right now, but I'm able to be on my computer, so why not tune in? Well, I'm glad to have you with us. I hope it's nothing serious. Let's go back to our main camera. See what we got going here. That is American Flight 2223. And before we lost it, that was on, well, it's still on its way to Chicago O'Hare, an A321. So if we swing around now, give you the big picture here at on the west side of runway of DFW Airport, overlooking runways 18 left and 18 right. Lining up to go out on runway 18 left is this aircraft, American Flight 941, 737-800 on its way to Albuquerque. Didn't we just see one go to Albuquerque? Maybe there's a lot of people who need to go to Albuquerque. Jedrix Jones joining in from stormy Nacogdoches, Texas. Jedrix, aren't you normally over in the UK? Am I mistaken? And an update from Mr. Tank 2010. It's not that bad. I took a COVID test and it was negative. Well, thank goodness for that. And when the sun peeks out from the back of the clouds as it is right now, it starts to feel very hot here. I don't think we're making it to 100, at least not in the shade, but in the sun, we might be reaching that level. I'm looking up in the sky to see, and perhaps the sun will be going back behind a cloud soon, I hope. do have my computer sitting on top of a block of ice with a fan, so hopefully that will help. A quiet moment for you here at the big airport, although this plane on its way to Albuquerque looks like it's getting ready to head on down the runway. That's a pretty good indication of the heat haze that we have going this afternoon. And do we have another Delta jet on its way over here? Well, yes, we do. It's coming over the bridge from the east side, where the other Terminal E is located. And by that I mean the other domestic airlines, other than American Airlines. Because United and Delta and JetBlue and Spirit and Frontier, they're all crammed into Terminal E because American Airlines and American Eagle take up all the rest of the space. Except for Terminal D, which is the international terminal. So that Delta flight's going to Detroit. So we'll see that take off in a moment or two. Here comes an American Eagle flight from Laredo in Texas, in South Texas. And here comes that Delta aircraft. That's not it. There it is. Well, if you've been jonesing to see a plane from Bozeman, Montana that is, here it comes. American Flight 1056 from Bozeman, Montana. And that Delta flight we saw a moment ago is making the turn, pointing its nose south. Again, this one's going to Detroit, this A319. And it's an oldie. It dates back to the turn of the century, the year 2000. John Franco says, FlightAware says it's 90 degrees at DFW. Perhaps in the shade it is. It still feels a little warmer than that to me. We've got a couple planes over here right now. The American Eagle plane on the right is going off to Roswell, New Mexico. The CRJ 701ER. And that plane we're looking at there is an A319 off to Kansas City. That's an American Airlines flight 1618. But now incoming from San Diego, it's American Flight 2743, an Airbus A321. Our next arrival on Runway DFW. So now here's the flight going out to Kansas City.
You running the ATC from here?
Pardon?
You running the ATC from here? That's what it looks like. It's quite a setup.
No, I don't have that on today. Well, I tell you what, it's about time for a Runway DFW hydration break. Since we don't have much in the way going on right here. So let me park that camera for a minute. Get out a bottle of cool water here. And Michelle RS with a kind comment. Everyone hit the like button so everyone can find this amazing channel. Thank you, Michelle. Let me mute my mic while I take a gulp here. So normally when I mute my mic to take a drink, there's another audio source going, and sometimes I play some music as well, but I couldn't do that today. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's because I'm running a very minimal setup this afternoon due to the threat of rain. Now it looks like the threat is kind of passed, but because of it, I've had to deploy some shower curtains at the ready to go over the equipment in case rain starts falling. And also I didn't set out my full array of gear today, so there'd be less to pack up in case of dire emergency. Coming in from SeaTac, Seattle Tacoma Airport, it's American Airlines flight 2511. It's an A321 on Runway DFW. Our next couple of departures over here. First one's going to be this American Eagle flight going to, where did that go? Cedar Rapids, Idaho. And then behind it is American Flight 1948 at 737-800 on its way to San Francisco. And then incoming, the next incoming flight we're going to see is coming in from Mazatlan in Mexico. Will be American Flight 2471, and that will be immediately followed by American Flight 60 coming in from Narita in Japan. That'll be a 787 Dreamliner. All right, now we got a Dreamliner on the way. Completing a flight of 11 hours and 17 minutes from Tokyo. It's a 5-year-old Dreamliner now making a left turn on its way to International Terminal D. And Pisces Bobby, there are no stupid questions, first of all. He says, he or she says, what does it mean when the controllers and pilots use the word heavy? And that is just a designation for a wide-bodied aircraft. And the first time I heard that term was a very tragic day. I think the year was 1985, and I was in the newsroom of WFAA TV, and I was sitting over at my desk producing the 10 o'clock news, and I heard so clearly these 3 words, heavy jet down. And it's the first time I'd ever heard that expression, but from the tone of the controller's voice, I knew there was something terribly amiss. And so I went over to the assignment desk and set things in motion, and that was a Delta flight 191, which crashed here at DFW, and it was a very terrible day. There were survivors, but there were many deaths, and but from that we got some new information about wind shear, because that was labeled as a factor in that crash, and so as a result there were wind shear detectors installed at many airports, which makes things safer for pilots and planes and passengers. That was American Eagle Flight 5, I can't read the number, coming in from Rapid City. Sometimes it's hard to see those numbers here. We've got a Viva Aerobus. And you can tell because it's not painted the same way as most of the other planes here at DFW. That'll be going out to Monterrey in Mexico when it gets to the top of the queue here. And in the interim, actually it looks like that one's maybe directed over to the east side of the airport. Yeah, it's going over to the east side. So here comes American Flight 1215 coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. So if you're just joining us, we did have one plane go around on the east side early in our broadcast. It was a little prop plane, a cargo plane. It was coming in on the east side, and we saw it going up in the air when it should have been going down, and it just abandoned its takeoff. Don't know why. And we assume it landed safely a little later on. Here is American Flight 2298. It's an Airbus A321, and this one's on its way to Las Vegas. It is now 4:23 local time, and we're just about 40 minutes away from the arrival of British Airways A380 coming in from London. So stand by for that. It's supposed to come in around 5:05 last I checked. There's a minibus. That's coming in from Morelia in Mexico. And we have another heavy coming in. It'll be American Flight 280 from Seoul in South Korea. This will be another Dreamliner 787-9. I have to kind of use landmarks on the ground to pick it out on my viewfinder. So American Airlines flies to Seoul from here, as does Korean Air. And they, I believe, American may have 2 flights to Seoul. Because I know I've seen them use both the 787 and the 777 aircraft. And I believe, if I remember right, Korean Air generally uses their Dreamliner. They do not fly the 747 here, unfortunately. Although, last time we were on the air, someone was saying that they did, it was here, their 747 Intercontinental, for some reason. I didn't get a chance to research that, whether it was scheduled or a plane replacement or something. It would have been cool to see. And as you can see, we are not alone here in plane spotting here at DFW Founders Plaza. There's another Ken says, so many Boeing heavies today, loving that. And we'll get the heavies of the heavies here in just about 35 minutes when the 380 makes its daily appearance from London. While we have a little downtime here, I am putting the call out now, and I was going to have music for this, but because of my setup, I can't do it right now. But that's me. If you have an interest, you can join the Moderation Federation. That is our new call for moderators here at Runway DFW. Now, I know that a few of you have already volunteered. And this is a volunteer position. I don't have any money for it. But if you are so inclined, you can join the Moderation Federation by going to the description of this broadcast. It has our email address, which is runwaydfw@gmail.com. And so if you'd like to be a part of this, take an active role in policing our chat room, that's where you go, to runwaydfw@gmail.com. Drop me an email. Let me know that you would be interested in this unpaid voluntary position with us at Runway DFW to help us out, and it'd be much appreciated. So we don't have a mod squad. We're going to have a Moderation Federation. And David, as I said, 401k benefits, no, no remuneration whatsoever. Doesn't sound like a very dream job, does it? But some people have shown an interest. David says your mic sounds like it's suffering from wake turbulence. That could be. Here's the problem. I have no way of normally I can hear myself, and so I know what's going on, and today, because I've got a very minimal setup, I can't, and so I apologize if it's not up to our regular semi-professional standards here at Runway DFW. I apologize for that. The issue was that we were having some we were setting up for in case of rain. Okay, let's see what we got here. It's Volaris. That's coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. There's an A320. And it's just a relative toddler, a 4-year-old aircraft. Our next arrival is Frontier Flight 7083, arriving from Cancun. I don't think I realized Frontier was flying to Cancun from here. It's an A321, and it's got Ferndale, the pygmy owl, on the tail. Two-hour and 16-minute flight has been completed. The A380 flight from London is now scheduled at 5:15, so it's about 41 minutes from now. So stay tuned for that. British Airways Flight 193. I think that'll be the earliest that I will have seen that aircraft arrive here. It's scheduled to get here at 5 local time, and it seems to be always late when I'm here. Here comes SkyWest Flight 3008, operating on behalf of American Eagle, coming in from St. George in Utah, the American state of Utah. It's a CRJ 701ER. Looks like our next arrival is going to be another American Eagle flight, 3353 from Birmingham, Alabama, be an Embraer 175. And Brian, aka Ski, just refreshed my screen. Congratulations on 6,000 subscribers. Thank you, Brian. I thought we might go over that that benchmark today, so we'll just keep plugging along here. But thank you, all of you, for your help in sharing this channel with those you know, and just by liking and subscribing, it helps others find out about us. So thank you very much. mean to do that. Thank you for your comment, North Sky Aviation. Very nice stream. First time watching. Appreciate that. We're glad to be a part of your Saturday. Assuming it's Saturday where you are. And I didn't get it yet. What you see there is a One World livery 737. I think it's a 737. I thought I had a moment to put on my... I'm trying to get my my microphone covered up with a little windscreen. So hang on a second. I'm going to turn it off for a second. And the windscreen I selected did not fit, so let me try another one from my bag o' tricks here. Okay, we're going to go dark here for a second again. Okay, I've got a dead cat on my microphone now, so it should be a little more wind resistant as we take a look at another heavy jet. There you go. Well, we've got dueling jets here right now. This is American 777 on its way to Heathrow, but we have Qantas Flight 7 coming in from Sydney. There's that One World livery we missed earlier. That flight from Sydney, one of the longer journeys you will make. Tour from DFW that was a 15-hour and 6-minute flight aboard that aircraft from down under. Sarah Corneliuson. Hi. Hello. Chuck Tolsma, who's just nearby, liking the 787. And Chuck is urging you to be very gentle with your equipment. Gently press that button. Thank you, Chuck. We have a Spirit in the Sky. To go back to a 70s song. Was it Norman Greenbaum, I think? I see the tail of a Lufthansa flight over there, which we missed entirely as it taxied up there. The Lufthansa flight back to Frankfurt, an A330. Sorry we didn't get to bring you any of that, at least taxiing. This Frontier flight, why does this look funny to me? Rocket the Hammerhead Shark. Oh, I guess that's why the tail is so blue. I saw the tail and I thought, that doesn't look right to me, but it's Rocket the Hammerhead Shark. And that's a livery I had not seen. And there you saw just in the distance the yellow on the tail of the Lufthansa jet. Perhaps we can follow that. And maybe we'll get to see it at least taking off from behind the buildings over there. And I would like to say, I thank you. I don't have an alert for it, unfortunately. In fact, that was one of the things I didn't get transferred over is my alerts for new subscribers and people who've contributed a sum of money to us. But Michelle RS has made a nice contribution to us, as she so often does, and I want to thank Michelle for that very much from Runway DFW. That helps us quite a bit keep up with our expenses. So thank you to Michelle RS. Okay, so the flight to Frankfurt is now rolling down on the east side. So we're going to see if we can pick it up from where we normally can see it, which is right about here. Let's see if we can follow this A330 into the sky on its way to Deutschland. And you may see in the foreground an American Airlines flight coming in from Mexico City. There it is. And there goes the Lufthansa flight. Kind of far away, but at least we can say we saw it, right? Lufthansa sometimes flies this plane and also flies the A340 with 4 beautiful engines to and from Dallas-Fort Worth, but not today. We have a cargo plane coming in for you all to see at this point. It's Qatar Cargo coming in from Los Angeles. And it's a 777. So here you go. It's American Flight 1175 headed to San Francisco. If you weren't here for the first, I don't know, 30 minutes of when we started actually plane spotting, we had a little pause there while we were getting everything set up for possible rain. We had 2 747s in a row, and then there was another plane, and then was another 747, all cargo planes. 2 of them were cargo Lux, and the third was, I can't remember what it was. But that was something to see. Okay, Frontier taking a trip to Las Vegas, an A320. And next up looks like it's Spirit, flight 867. Destination Los Angeles. It's an A320. And if the merger goes through, JetBlue will be getting a 3-year-old plane in the deal.
vlogging or live vlogging?
Yes.
Yes to both?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a card with your channel on it? My son would love to check it out.
I don't. That's got that.
Is that you?
Yes, it's Runway DFW on YouTube. I'm sorry.
Can I get a picture of it?
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Happy hunting.
Thank you, sir.
Light's gone, so
You're gonna leave before the plane gets here?
when's it coming? Okay, well, then I'll stick around for that.
I think you can hear me now. And we should be back just in time for the arrival of the big A380 coming up from London in just about a little less than 10 minutes from now. So thank you for bearing with us through that audio transition. Plug in my iPad so we've got our full contingent here. test here. Okay, we've got our music back. Do a little rearranging here. Okay, super. So now I can hear myself. You may be able to hear me. And Bill Platt says we can hear you, Walt. Thank you. And NK Niaz, sorry if I mispronounced how you wrote that. Looks like the A380 running a little late, slated for 5:17. The A380 is the British Airways Super Jumbo, King of the Skies, sideways apartment building with wheels. And what you're looking at there is American Airlines Flight 2100, a Boeing 737-800, off to Santa Ana, California, the John Wayne Airport. I'm just getting my regular mic adjusted. So if you're a Super Jumbo fan, hang out there for another couple minutes at least. And because it's coming in so early today, we should be able to get a good view of it leaving as well. The last couple of times we've been here when the A380 left, it's been pretty much dark outside because it got here late and you had to turn around. And oh, I see a Finnair coming. The Finnair got here as we were arriving. And now it's getting ready to go back to Helsinki. That is an Airbus A350-941. And last time we were here, they sent it over to the east side for takeoff. Although I have seen it take off from here on the west side, so we'll just have to see what goes on. V1 Aviation chiming in. Hi, my good friend and co-pilot on the Cargo Lux LX SCV to Luxembourg will be departing in approximately 45 minutes. She has runway 17R assigned, but requested 18 right departure. Would it be possible for you to catch it? We'll try to catch it either way. But of course, for us, because we are on the 18, we are on the 18 side of the airport. It will be much better for us if we can see it over here. So that would be kind of cool to see that take off over here, so we'll be looking out for that. So what have we got ready coming up in the next hour, Johnny Olson? Well, we've got this Finnair flight, we've got the Airbus A380 coming in, and we'll have a 747 going out to Luxembourg, a Cargo Lux. So you've come at the right time, everyone. Welcome to our little shindig here at Runway DFW. You're welcome, V1 Aviation, and plane spotting with Keith loves the look of the Finnair. I know, it was very striking. We were out here the first time it arrived at DFW. And it is an airline that had never flown into DFW before, and it was just very striking to see that. Very simple but very distinctive look. I kind of like that. And no, I haven't had a chance yet to turn the ATC back on. When we get into a slow moment, I'll do that. Here comes a flight from Cancun. Cancun, a resort in Mexico, very popular with North Texas tourists. American Flight 1030, an Airbus A321. And as we look at the path of the Finnair, regrettably, it is going out over the bridge to the east side. So we'll do what we did with the Lufthansa flight. We will catch it going out from behind the tower there. I'll put my little tracker on here so we can see when it's going to take off. And so unless it's taking off right when our Airbus A380 is taking off, we will bring that to you. What was that, you ask? It's coming in from Harlingen, an Air Share Embraer Phenom 300. So there you go, if you're a fan of Air Share. We got you covered. So we're about, just about 5 minutes away, 5 or 7 minutes away now from the A380. Lucky us. See here, we've got a small crowd on hand for the big event. As I reach into my case of magic tricks. See if I can get my ATC going here for you. Okay. Is this plane coming in on 18 left? Looks like it is. Has 18 right been closed? Did that come in on 18 left? Chuck Tolsma agrees. So I don't know. Okay, so that was unusual. Usually the 18 left is reserved for takeoffs. Not always. It does happen that planes land there, but usually that's at not so busy times. So it's a little unusual. We have we've got the Helsinki flight. The Finnair looks like it's, can't tell if it's in the number 1 position yet or not. I think it's in the number 2 position over on the east side of the airport.
American 2317, thanks for the help. 178 last night. American 2317. 7 right, American 2317.
There's the Frontier flight, which is off to Ontario, California. That's a Frontier 2735. And what's on the tail of this one? That's Stretch, the great blue heron there.
American 2266, 7.5 Alpha, 17 left. American 2266, City Tower, 17 left, clear to land. 13 land, 17 left, American 2266. 7 right, American 2317. Envoy 3413, needs to be turning 17 right, line of flight. Detail visual, 13 right.
So this plane is coming in on 18 right, as per custom. It's American Eagle Flight 4187 coming in from Abilene, Texas, and Embraer 145. And we have United Flight 2600 now rolling. It's an A319, I believe. That's on its way to Denver. And the waiting continues for the A380. And I see it now on the radar. It's about a couple minutes away, but I think because it's so big, we can pick it up on our long lens. So let's see if we can do that for you.
Heavy contact departure 118.55. Have a nice day.
Well, Finnair's off, so we won't get to see that.
1381.
India starting 17 center, clear to land, wind 1707. Yeah, run up. Extract 2.
Well, it's a popular site here.
American 1119 with you, visual 17 center. American 1119, east returning 17 center, clear to land, wind 160 at Niner. Right turn heading at 190 for 1010, Delta Scouts 4984.
So that is the only A380 flight we are currently blessed with here at DFW Airport.
American 2238, turn left heading 160, climb and maintain 10.
We will see it making its return trip back to the UK in just a couple of hours from now. So if you can stick around with us, we will try to bring that to you as long as the weather holds out, our batteries hold out, our equipment doesn't melt down.
American 1885 is 11 mile visual, 17 center. American 1885, DFW tower, wind 1508, 317 center, clear to land.
That's one grand view on an A380 landing at DFW. Thank you, MR Rice.
18 right, clear to land. Thanks for the heads up. Philly tower, 17 left, clear to land. 17 left, clear to land, 141
There she is. And that was Here She Comes. Of course, Chuck wrote that while it was coming in. And Michelle also, is it getting cloudy or are my eyes going bad? Yeah, it is getting cloudy. Here's the wider shot of things, and maybe if we tilt that up a little bit, get a better view of the overcastness. I guess we've had some gremlins creep into the chat room, and Kenji said making channel chat subscriber only might help. I thought I had done that, Ken, but maybe I overlooked a setting. I'll check that before our next broadcast here on Runway DFW. Thank you for bringing that up. That was not great directing, going from one wide shot to another wide shot. Try not to do that.
Citation 351, Alpha Juliet, contact departure 118.55. Departure 1 Alpha Juliet, what's that?
That was American flight blah 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 coming in from Los Angeles, and I thought I saw one rolling, but maybe I missed it. There's the King of the Skies, headed now to its berth at Terminal D.
Departure clear for takeoff 18 left, American 985. American 1119, taxi to Deck Sierra, route monitor ground point 65. 2472, turn left heading 160, climb maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear takeoff.
Jack the Cat saying to Michelle that he watched a YouTube weather guy last night saying lots of rain for y'all in the next few days. We sure hope that is spot on, because we definitely do need the rain.
I apologize for the late call. We got a little busy there, but we got 4 passengers on board. They have 3 cars parked there. Tesla, black Mercedes, black DFW, and white SUV. Good night, American 985.
Not an A380, but an A319 coming in from San Antonio, Texas, American flight 1961. There's the size comparison. We've got a Spirit flight coming in from Los Angeles, Spirit Flight 471. It will be an A320. That will be here in just a minute or two.
960, caution, wing turbulence, heavy Boeing 787 will depart the inboard runway. 817, same to you, caution, wing turbulence, heavy Boeing 787 will depart the inboard runway.
So we'll make the big pull out here. Kind of gives you an indication of how far away things are from where we are.
Lima, and then Alpha is to the other side, American 961.
It's barely visible to the naked eye. And here comes the Spirit flight in from Los Angeles.
In 1885, taxi via the Echo Sierra route 1 underground 0.65. 14095, visual 179. On 14095, via the Tower, runway 17 left, third line. 17 left, third line, down 14095. American 36 Heavy, turn left heading 160, climb and maintain 10,000, 17 right to take off. 3. 10 right, American 36 Heavy. 4237 DFW Tower, expect the vector, caution wing turbulence, heavy Boeing 787, departure roll, 17 right, minus wing. Point up way, 3237.
Heading out.
American 2693 DSP Tower, wind 170 Thunder, 17 center, foot away.
It's almost nice out here.
I know. Like you heard the dulcet tones of Chuck Tolsma just behind me. Who's commenting on how kind of relatively pleasant it feels here now that the clouds have obscured the sun. That's where we should be seeing the sun right now, but at the moment. In fact, in the shade here, it's 91 balmy degrees. Our next arrival's from Palm Springs. Am I right about that? Yes, Palm Springs, American Flight 2673. It'll be 737-800, and it'll be the next arrival here on Runway DFW as we are very honored to receive a super chat of $10 from Kevin at Airline Videos. Happy Saturday, Walt. Same to you. Sorry I didn't get to catch your... You had a... did you have a show today? The chat show from the In and Out, or was I mistaken about that? We were both Mrs. Runway DFW and I were watching your broadcast last night with you and Rudy, and you were having such fun. So thank you, Kevin, and Airline Videos Live. And I'm sure you will all be glued to your screens tomorrow when Airline Videos Live embarks on its Sunday marathon show. From LAX. I thought I saw Brad Ward in the chat too. Brad Ward being the executive producer of Airline Videos Live. So we're glad to have both you guys on board with us. And if I were Kevin, I'd be able to tell you exactly where this plane was going right now. Because I think he's got all the flights memorized.
4237, contact departure.
Day 4237.
West 3202, turn left heading 160, climb maintain 10.
I'm going to say, based on my instantaneous research, that this is American Flight 1456 and A321 going to Salt Lake City.
Right, line up and wait. American 2791.
have, I'm not sure what that one is because there's several planes over there that are hard to see. We do have behind that one an Avianca plane, which is a little more distinctive, kind of stands out here amidst all the American Airlines livery.
American 2791, turn left heading 160, climb and maintain 10,000, number 17 right, clear for takeoff. 160, 17 right, clear for takeoff, 10,000, American 2791. Alpha 3348, DFW down, 17 right, line up the lane.
Line up the lane, 3348.
Visual 1 right.
So who's gonna go first?
You're right, we're clear lane now, we're 35, 77.
So the one on the left, I believe, is flight 2652, American Airlines going to Denver. It's an A321. The American Airlines plane on the right is flight 2254 on its way to Sacramento in California. And the one in the middle is, of course, Avianca. That's going to Salvador. Flying overhead now, flight from Ontario, California.
Good afternoon. Sailing 52595, outside Garrett on the ILS full stop, Venus Papa. Runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading 160, 10,000, 17 right, clear for takeoff, 3348.
Clear to land, runway 16, sorry, little tired, can you give me that one more time? They're out, monitor ground 0.65.
Here goes the flight to Sacramento. Up and away.
Visual 2622 DFW Tower, wind 1707, partial lake turbulence, arrive steady, Boeing 777, runway 17 center, cleared to land. And 17 center, American 2622. American 2655, visual 17 center. 2655 DFW Tower, wind 1707, runway 17 center, clear to land. 17 center, cleared to land, American 2655. You visual 13 right. American 2292, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Heading 160 at the departure, climb maintain 10,000.
And now we see the Avianca plane, which is ready to go. It's always refreshing to see the red livery accents.
Left, clear for takeoff, Becca 441. American 2652.
Got intercepted by an American Eagle flight there. Coming in from, I'll say Oklahoma City. Number 175. Next, for your consideration, is American Airlines Flight 2652. About to be winging its way to the Mile High City in Denver.
2714, visual ILS, visual 171. 2314, DFW Tower, 171, clear to land. Now, American 1117 is visual 177.
And that flight's coming in from Amarillo in Texas. Another one of those short flights. And as you see our cloud cover currently. Some dueling planes coming in there on the east side. They have 3 runways over there, 3 north-south runways over there, so you will see those parallel landings now and again. Not quite. Yeah, Chuck Tolson was saying it's almost like SFO, but yeah, a little more scenic there, I would say. A couple planes lined up to come in. The first one is from San Diego. The West Coast contingent. The first one's going to be from San Diego, American Flight 1955, an A321, and the one right after that will be American Flight 1537 from Las Vegas, another A321. And if you're new to Runway DFW or DFW Airport and you're saying, what's all these American Airlines flights? Here at DFW, this is the home of American Airlines. And I've got this memorized by now. It's American Eagle control about 85% of the passenger traffic here, so you see a lot of American livery. Which is why it's always so refreshing to see something a little different, which we've gotten to see a lot of today. Stephanie Hutchison saying, good evening everyone, have been lurking while eating dinner. And saying hello to Kevin and Brad at Airline Videos. And we have some kudos for Charlene Dawkins, our current moderator, but again, we are on the hunt for members of the Moderation Federation here at Runway DFW. So go to our description today of this broadcast and you will see our email address, runwaydfw@gmail.com, and when you see that, you can email us if you would like to be a moderator at Runway DFW. It's a volunteer position. There's no pay involved whatsoever. But if you enjoy doing things like this and you enjoy Runway DFW, it's just a way to help us out. Keep the gremlins away and welcome people and make our chat a nice, happy place to be. So if you want to join the Moderation Federation, runwaydfw@gmail.com. Send me a little note about why you would like to subject yourself to this. How old you are, because I think we need to keep it over 18 and over. And if you have already submitted a request to that address, I will take you into consideration as well. You don't have to resubmit. And so we will get that squared away for the next broadcast or perhaps after that. And thank you very much for your consideration to be a member of the Moderation Federation.
Wait, 18 left, American 2616.
Marco Hintons is sending us a $6 super chat. Thank you, Martin. Did you know Thursday Emirates 211 from Dubai to Houston diverted to DFW? I did not know that, as Johnny Carson used to say. Thank you for letting us know.
American 2433. 7.5 out, runway 17 center. 1785 DFW Tower, 17 center, for the land, and 170 matter. They're the airplane and I can't find anybody to get it out for it. Center, turn right on November. 17 center, right in November.
Michelle saying, I wish that was snow clouds, LOL. You know, my Mrs. Runway DFW and I have that chat all winter long. She's says, I can't stand this cold weather. Can't wait till it's hot again. And I think we both agree. I think we're both on the same page about... Oh, again. Chuck just pointed out to me another episode of Runway Raceway over there on the east side. I think the foreground plane is going to win. It is fun to see. Yeah, it's not even a contest. One of them was coming in from Orlando. I couldn't tell where the other one was arriving from. This one is coming in from Querétaro in Old Mexico. A Spirit Airlines plane on the way to Las Vegas, Flight 360, and a 321 is on the roll now for takeoff to the City of Sin. There's another livery we likely won't be seeing for too very much longer. I was thinking the other day when sometimes I'll look back on these videos that are on YouTube from like the 1980s or the early 90s of all these planes that we just don't get to see anymore, and all these airlines that no longer exist. And someday somebody may be looking at this video and saying, oh yeah, I remember when that plane that used to be it used to be a thing. So we're just documenting a little history here for you. As we look at American Flight 1796 on its way to Phoenix, 737-800. And as we watch this take off, incoming will be a flight from San Luis Obispo, California. An American Eagle Flight 4066. An Embraer 175. So there goes that one. Here comes the plane from San Luis Obispo.
Mike, Echo Mike, hold short of runway 17 right.
All right, just a bit of a quiet spell here for a moment or two. So I am going to take advantage of this as you look at that big plane, which is getting ready to take on passengers for the flight back to London. And we're going to say thank you to Bill Platt with a $10 super chat. And he wants to know, what is your favorite retro airline? Mine would be Eastern Airlines during the bare metal days. You know, that's a very good question, Bill, and I'm sure one that will spark lots of commentary in our chat room. I'm going to say, you know, I hadn't thought about that livery in quite a while. We did see earlier today the bare metal heritage livery of American Airlines. This was before we got on the air. And yeah, I kind of like that one too. The bare metal American Airlines with the double A on the tail. I liked that one a lot. So now we are going to ask you to put on your disco shoes as we take a little hydration break here on Runway DFW. So stand by, we'll be right back.
Disco! Your favorites. Disco time.
Well, that's about all you get for now. Gotta hear me yakking again as we get back to the business at hand, and that is watching airplanes like that one. And Michelle says, I sing this song while I'm working sometimes. You know, I don't know, I'm kind of crazy. Of course I have those songs on my iTunes, and I'll put them on a loop and I'll listen to them while I'm in the car. I'm a big fan of production music. There's all sorts of production music I would play on this channel if I had the rights to it. What I play here I do have the right to use, but I have a playlist of production music. A lot of it is British production music from the 70s and 80s probably. And I've got like an hour or two of that. I think you can put playlists on. I think you can share playlists. I may do that in my description so you can see what I listen to. Because I can't play it on here. Ooh, these glorious clouds. Look at that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like much, but it means we're going to get some weather, I think, finally. And we do need it. feathery touchdown. That was coming in from Bakersfield in California. A Mitsubishi 900 ER. Josh Aldridge is saying there's storms around Bowie and Jacksboro, which is to the south of us. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. That's a general look towards the south. Ms. Wolves 13 is leaving us for the time being. Thank you for hanging out with us at Runway DFW. And Michelle RS is saying it's getting darker up north out there. Let's take a look to the northern skies. I don't know, it's hard to... kind of hard to tell. So you're looking south right now. And there's a look to the north. V1 Aviation says Runway DFW, the Cargo Lux will take off from 17 right, 17 right, but will cross both runways here, 18 left and 18 right. Is a taxi shot possible, like I said early in the stream. My friend is a co-pilot, and will also do ground ATC, so I say, sure, we will definitely do that. Let me spin around real quick and get this takeoff here of this. I think we saw this jet landing earlier. It's hard to follow it, it goes so fast. And it just takes off as though it was taking off from the parking lot. Looks like that's going to Kansas City, not to MCI, but to MKC. It's an Embraer Phenom 300 from AirShare. And yes, very cloudy. Somebody warn us if we're about to get wet. Good to see you, Chuck, in person. Chuck Tolsma is leaving the building. Always good to have him nearby to point these, kind of like my second set of eyes. He points over to me and says, look over there. So while there's nothing else going on, let's go back here and feast our eyes on this beast of the skies. Poet, and I don't know it. And some weather information from Joe, who's letting us know that there's a 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny with a high near 94. I think we've already gone by that. It's down to 91 now. Heat index values as high as 97. It was hot earlier.
Copy, left turn, 160 on 2000.
South wind around 10 with gusts as high as 20. Should have played our... I keep forgetting we have our music now back. We have weather music somewhere in there. And there's Chuck saying later tater, an expression we recognize from Airline Videos Live, of course. So I gotta keep my eyes peeled for the taxiing 747, the cargo Lux that's going to be headed out. And I see it now on the radar. So here's what we're going to do. We've got somebody standing in the way. So V1 Aviation has asked us, and we're happy to comply. Right where that gentleman is standing there looking at his phone is behind him is where the Cargo Lux 747 flight 6616 headed to its home base in Luxembourg will be coming out. It's a 21-year-old 747-4R7F. And so according to our inside information, that particular aircraft will be why is he standing right there? I'm torn between waving him off and, well, we don't see the 747 yet, so. But he's enjoying himself. Anyway, if we can zoom past him a little bit, this is where that's where the big plane will be coming out, so maybe we can just bypass him there. And I'm keeping a track of anything that's coming in. We've just got some regional jets on the radar right at the moment. So this will mark the fourth Queen of the Skies we have seen today, but it will be the first one that we can regale with our Queen theme, because we weren't all plugged in earlier. So the plane we're waiting for has been pushed back. It's at, according to Flight Radar 24, which is pretty darn accurate, it is now at 0 miles an hour, so I guess it just got pushed back. It will be coming out from behind those structures there on the right. It will cross over runways 18 left and 18 right and then 18 left. Head over the bridge, if our information is correct, on its way to the east side of the airport. From there it'll take off, and we'll look at it taking off as it passes by the central tower here. So, plenty of fun to come here on Runway DFW. And of course we do have the A380 departure, which is coming up later in the broadcast.
29,280 pounds. Temperature.
And there's our friend.
Degrees Fahrenheit. No security paperwork aboard. Roger that, off 36.
Hey, Luke Molds is here from New Zealand. Good morning, Walt. Good morning, aviation family. Always good to have Luke here, bringing his aviation and rugby expertise to our channel.
DFW Tower, wind 170 runway 17 center, clear to land. Land 177 Cessna, Cessna. Spirit 202 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait for Cessna, clear. 17 right, Spirit 202. American 2847 cross from 1790 kilo 8, contact ground 1.65. Kilo 8.
And again, we're waiting for the for a Cargolux 747 to poke its head out, or her head out, right in the direction we're looking at.
2, contact book. 2, go to departure.
Just took another sip of cold water. Putting it back into the cooler to preserve coolness. Oh, and here's a sports update from Luke. Walt, we won our semifinal yesterday. We're now through to the season grand final next weekend. Luke, congratulations. He is, of course, in a collegiate rugby team. And, wow, that's great. And there's the Cargolux. That's the music we play whenever we see a Queen of the Skies grace our runways and taxiways here as we get more interlopers. So the guy in the aqua shirt made another appearance there.
Left heading 160 and up to 16,000 on board 3923.
So again, if our information is correct, this gigantic plane will be will be turning to the left of your screen, making a right turn to plod across the runways 18 left and 18 right on its way to the east side of the airport, unless the air traffic controllers have changed their mind.
979, hold short of runway 179 at Echo Lima. 2650 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up away. Right, line up away to American 26.
Yeah, I'll just stand there. Well, you know, it's a free park. I don't pay anything to be here, and they don't pay anything to be here either. So, somebody wants to stand somewhere, they're going to stand there. I'm pretty well locked down here. I can't just move my gear.
Turn right on Mike, Kilo 8, hold
We were fortunate to see the Cargo Lux not without my mask livery here when we were here last Saturday.
Right turn 190 and maintain 10,000, curb takeoff point, left envoy 3342.
There's that guy again. You know, I'm old enough I could say, get off my lawn. But it's not my lawn.
Hold short of runway 17 right at Echo Kilo. 17 right, Echo Kilo, American 407. Cleared across 18 right for 9780 inside of the mark.
Holy moly.
American 407, cross runway 17 right at Echo Kilo, contact ground on 0.65. Alright, Echo Kilo, then ground American 407.
So we'll follow along as there's no traffic here on 18 left currently. That is International Terminal D in the background. Be so nice if it just made a right turn and took off. Take off, eh? This was one of two Cargo Lux. Oh, it is making a right turn. It is gonna. I think it's gonna take off right here. Cool.
18 left into section Yankee, cleared for takeoff. Upon departure, heading 160, maintain 10,000, cargo looks 58 Mike.
I think I just heard someone that V1 Aviation knows. Guys like the opposite of Where's Waldo?
Departure cost 58 Mike, heavy traffic.
So there goes Cargo Lux Flight 6616 off to Luxembourg. I'm no pilot, but I'd have to say that was a perfect takeoff. Photobombed, but I think we got most of it.
1010,000, critical line left, Alaska 717.
So there we are at DFW Founders Plaza. Let us go back to our camera 1 and get a shot of an Alaska flight off. But not to Alaska, because they don't fly to Alaska from here. This one's going to SeaTac.
Land would be great, but in case you need breathe through.
And off it goes into the wild blue. We haven't identified ourselves in a bit here. In fact, I don't know if we have at all today. So let us do that briefly, shall we? You are watching Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt, and I'll be here with you. Let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's not on, the clock's not on that screen. 6:13, 7, 8, probably another couple hours, huh? We'll try to do our best.
On the World Wide Web.
At 1A left, American 2522.
It's Saturday, August 20th, 2022, and we are here to help you watch planes. Now, we could get intercepted. If it starts raining, we may have to go away very quickly, but we'll try not to do that. Hey! Got something to see here. Turkish Airlines coming in from Istanbul. I remember when I first started coming here last winter to do broadcasts. By the time this came in, it was too dark to really see it. Who's our friend? Maybe he's a plant from the competition. You pay a couple guys to stand around and get in the way. Be a shame if some guy stood in the way of your shots. An American Airlines 737-800, flight 2522, off to Bozeman, Montana.
That's 160, climb and maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 17 right, American 3036. American 2522.
John Franco says, I had a chance to fly on Alaska Airlines in 2018 going from Nashville to Seattle SeaTac. Awesome cabin and awesome cabin crew and great food. You don't hear the words very often, or the phrase very often, great food associated with airline food. So that's pretty cool.
Meridian 526
We've got a couple flights coming in now. And of course my camera defocused as I was switching to it. The first of which is going to be American Eagle Flight 4072 coming in from Wichita Falls. This is the flight that's like 22 minutes long. I mean, I've read that in some place. I guess it was in Philadelphia where American Airlines has stopped flying to Atlantic City and instead installed a bus. You'd think that would be a candidate for, Wichita Falls would be a candidate for that. A 22-minute flight. And next up, coming in from San Antone here in Texas, is American Flight 1193. This will be an A320. Skies are getting darker. Yeah, it's still about 30 seconds away. That'll be followed up by another American Eagle flight, an Embraer 175, coming in from airport code MYR, Myrtle Beach. I don't think I've seen that code over on this side before. The wind is picking up, definitely. We may have to pack up things real fast here. I don't know. Mrs. Runway DFW, if you're still on the tube, take a look at the radar for DFW. Let me know if I need to be aware of anything. Cast our eyes to the skies. It's definitely looking like someone in the vicinity is probably getting some rain somewhere. Wind's still coming from the south generally. But I have to watch my computer now because my screen is kind of acting like a sail and I don't want it to fly away. John Franco says the heavy rain you might be seeing is off in Comanche to the northwest. We are pointed, our camera is now kind of generally looking at the northeast. Oh, I'm sorry. That camera's looking at the northeast. And we'll point it now. Plane coming in. That's looking almost directly north. And then that's the northwest over in that direction. The wind, again, is still coming from the south, though. At least on the ground here. Who knows what it's doing way up there. Mrs. Runway DFW, however, says I'm good for hours. So that definitely means we're about to get hit by terrible storms, right? And we're here at DFW Founders Plaza. There's still a pretty good contingent of folks here. There's a few empty spaces in the parking lot, but plenty of places to hang out. There's kids, there's parents, young and old here to watch planes coming in. Let me look at our thermometer. Still says 91. Well, it doesn't feel that warm given the apparently it's flooded or something like that. And Sarah also chimes in saying nothing really coming to DFW, at least per the WFAA radar. WFAA, where your host spent 32 years? I think it was something like 32 years. Doing a variety of things. Let me look over here for a second, because here's kind of an example of how people hang out here. They're just kind of all perched on the back of their SUV and just hanging out. And
American 2762, we're ready now. 2762, right line of flight, American 2762.
you know what? My camera wasn't aiming that way, was it? Here's what I was telling you about. People who are hanging out. For some reason, it's getting quiet here.
Southwest 3129, joining final visual 1311. Left, clear to land, Southwest 3129.
So yes, there's not a lot happening right now.
160 heading, 10,000, clear for takeoff, 178 American 2762.
There's the wide shot from camera 2. Here is the camera 1 shot of the radar tower and the gigantic American flag, and I can definitely tell the velocity of the wind has picked up since we got here, because that flag was not quite so starchy back then. And what you're about to look at over there on the other side is American Flight 133 coming in from Dublin. That's a Dreamliner. It's coming in on the east side. We can see no more of it than that. And again, we are lying in wait for the gigantic, stupendously big Airbus A380 British Airways flight going back to London. And I guess since we've got a second or two to spare, we can once again suggest that you, if you're a fan of Runway DFW and you like to hang out in the chat room and you have nothing better to do and you don't mind not getting paid, that we have openings for the Moderation Federation, our new army of chat room moderators. The Moderation Federation is coming to Runway DFW, and so if you'd like to join in, here's what you do. You go to the description of this show. You look for our email address, which is runwaydfw@gmail.com. And then you write a little note to Walt, that's me, and say why you might like to do this. And you know, we're looking for people who are 18 and older, just to be safe about things. And so, yeah. And we'll put you on the list, and I'll let you know what we decide. and I hope to have a bunch of you for an upcoming broadcast here on Runway DFW. The Moderation Federation from Runway DFW.
American 2785 on the visual 17 center. 2785 DFW Tower, wind 1606, runway 17 center, clear to land. 17 center, clear to land, American 2785.
And you know what that means. This, oops, bumped to the tripod with my elbow. This is Cargo Lux Flight 62N. It's going to Chicago O'Hare. It's a 10-year-old Boeing 747-8R7F. And will it take off from over here? We don't know. There's that guy again. So the last Cargo Lux was off to its home base of Luxembourg. This one off to the Windy City, which is starting to become here. And will this plane just, it's not busy over here, so I don't know why they wouldn't just say, hey, just go over to runway 18 left and take yourself off. So I heard it cleared for takeoff. I didn't know if that meant, if that was referring to this flight. So this is the second time we've seen this plane. We saw this come in earlier today. We saw its brother or sister land and then take off. And then in very short order, we're about to see a Singapore Airlines cargo plane make its appearance for a takeoff to Brussels. So if you like 4-engined heavy jets, you are in the right place today. I mean, it's kind of the next best thing to Anchorage, really. And it's gonna take off for us. Okay, guy in the aqua shirt. And both of these Cargo Lux planes have taken off from a short position here. Maybe about a quarter mile south of the spot where most aircraft take off from runway 18 left, but this is a 2-mile runway. And that thing does have 4 engines, and it may not be fully loaded, we don't know.
Turn heading 160 and 10,000.
One giant plane for mankind, says Jean-Michel Tiche. And do I know why such a large cargo plane for a short flight? You know, these planes are all scheduled. And so they may fly more fully loaded sometimes than others, and you know, sometimes they probably fly more fully loaded coming to the U.S. than leaving the U.S., who knows?
American 925, visual 18 right. And 1 feet right, American 925.
So about 20 minutes after our last Queen of the Skies took off, here's another one. And as I said a few moments ago, we're about to see another one. Singapore Airlines cargo. You know, UPS has, in the mornings on the weekdays here, they've got like 2 MD-11s that take off for Louisville in, you know, within about 45 minutes of each other. And I've never, and there just must be a lot of traffic going between here and there. And Oreo Man 241 is noting that American flies a 787 from Dallas to Phoenix for only a 2-hour flight. And I think, as we've talked about before, American was flying a lot of wide-body jets domestically during the pandemic because there was no place to go for you know, internationally. All the flights were pretty much cut off.
American 371, Constellation Charge on to heavy depart at the west side of the airport, eastbound. You're going to be probably 10 miles from trail now. Turn left heading 160.
So that's an American Eagle aircraft headed to the hangar. But we are about to see emerge yet another 747. This one going to Brussels. So stand by for that. And Toby Z1 saying Air Chathams, that's what FlightAware says. Yeah, I've seen that before. Sometimes they're listed in, sometimes I see them like 2 flights listed. One is one airline, one is the other. It's kind of, I guess maybe it's kind of like the same thing as code sharing with passenger airlines. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Kevin saying a lot of people out enjoying the park. That's cool to see. Runway DFW. It is a nice place to hang out. And it's especially nice tonight because the sun is behind clouds and we are cooling off to still 91, so you know, still in Fahrenheit. And here we go. So, Singapore Airlines cargo. This is a 21-year-old aircraft dating back to the turn of the century. It's a 747-412F, and it's going to Brussels. And since we've been doing this broadcast, we've just never seen this many 747s in one broadcast. And Bill Platt digs that. It is kind of retro a little bit, I would say. And Bill called him saying, well, I guess you've made it as a streamer. Fantastic. Good luck, sir. Thank you, Bill. 747s are coming to us. So we'll get a better look at its livery as it makes a right turn coming up in a second or two. Yep, what's not to like about a 747, right? Oh, and by the way, as this was coming out, I did get the alert that the British Airways A380 is now lighting up the radar, so it'll be pushing back shortly. So let us get a look at the side of this big jet. Unfortunately, there's not really anything else going on right now, so this is good.
On the runway, be at like 3 or 4 forward high speed. Something means it's just kind of dead, good news. 1450, ready for forward practical. Small on America, 1450.
So if history is a guide, this will go straight over runway 18 right, make a right turn on runway 18 left and take off. We shall see.
3767 kilo 8 cross runway 17 right, contact ground 165. 576 at Echo Mike cross runway 17 right, contact ground 165.
Departure American 2079, good day.
Alright. Calling taken. Skip it. It's up the airport, the left leading 160 and on it, maintain 10,000 and clear for takeoff, Singapore 7979 heavy.
I guess maybe that font may be a little dated. Tell you what, every time I see the old Pan Am logo,
Charlie 7 just doing a pre-flight. The flight attendants found 2 walk around bottles at the back of the aircraft. There's no tubing connecting the mask to the bottles.
the Pan Am logo with the globe and the font that they picked with the little serifs that look like they're being blown by the wind. It's just such a great logo. I mean, it holds up. You know, it would look as fresh today painted on a plane as it did back in the late 50s or early 60s when they first came up with that look.
Down American 1163 is with you on the visual to 177 center.
So off to Brussels goes this Singapore Airlines 747, the third we've seen, what, this hour? Third Queen of the Skies, that is.
I'm American 1163, clear to land 177. 1415 at Echo Lima, cross runway 17 right, contact ground 165.
So, very cool. Here we are at DFW Founders Plaza. OzGaming 9 is back after working on a school project. Loves the Queen. Who doesn't love the Queen, of course? Yeah, Bill Platt says, dang, she used a lot of runway. She must be loaded. Well, of course, it didn't take off from the far end of the runway, so it's kind of an optical illusion, I guess. Here we go with more planes of the I don't know, a little more what you see the most of here at DFW. This is flight 1771, American Airlines, an Airbus A321 on its way to Las Vegas.
Takeoff, 17 right, American 20 kilometers. T401, DFW Tower, use caution for similar call sign, runway 17 right, line up and wait. Runway American 2401. 916 with you on the visual, 17 center. 916 DFW Tower, wind 1708, runway 17 center, third line. Runway 17 center, right, clear. 5695, taxi via Mike.
And here is the early evening crowd here at Founders Plaza. As we always say here, the one shortcoming of DFW Founders Plaza, at least to those of us who hang out here for any length of time, is that there are no restrooms. You have to get in your car and go somewhere. So there is that the Qantas flight? Yeah, there's a Qantas plane I saw there. Here comes an A321 coming in from San Diego, American Airlines. Flight 313. As we get a gust of wind coming in.
Turn west heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Heading 160, altitude 10,000, takeoff 17 right, American 2401. 5830 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 63, taxi via Mike southbound, Echo Sierra, monitor ground 0.65.
And do we see any movement on the King of the Skies? Is it moving yet? We did see its radar pop on there. Looks like it still may have a minute or two before it pushes back. Sky's getting darker here, more ominous perhaps.
American 1560, we are ready to go now, 18 left.
And you just heard American Flight 1560 ready to go on Flight 18 left.
18 left, American 1560.
A Boeing 737-800.
Shuttle 5834.
There it is, directly across from us. As close as we get to a plane that's taking off.
DFW Tower, wind 1506, runway 17 right, line up and wait, traffic is underway. T401, contact departure, good day. Departure, American 941.
This Airbus A319 coming in from Oaxaca in Mexico. American Flight 1699.
Good evening. Here for takeoff, runway 18 left, don't have two there in American 1560. Same tower, 5907, 187 down a point.
And there with the skyline of Dallas behind it, American Flight 1560. Here's a plane coming in from Georgetown in the Cayman Islands. After almost a 3-hour flight on this 737-800. I don't believe that's a daily flight. In fact, I think it's a seasonal route from here. American does fly year-round from Miami to Georgetown. This is Runway DFW, and I have been to the Cayman Islands a number of times because of our great wealth. We have to go there to look at our money. JK. If you like snorkeling, it's a great place. The Cayman Islands. And there is some of that dark cloud business we've got going up there. Brad Ward, the executive producer of Airline Videos Live, who's been hanging out with us. Thank you, Brad. Says that cell has pushed off an outflow boundary that bears watching. And Ali French says, can I just say a huge thank you to whoever is doing the filming of this wonderful live as they filmed the British Airways A380 aircraft coming into land. And Ali, I will say that I am the one who you can thank, so you're welcome. We're so glad to have you watching. And if you hang out, we'll see that big old plane taking off very shortly. Runway Collin County says, hey, Runway DFW, my dad realized that you used to be on WFAA or Fox News. Cool, Walt. Well, I used to work for both of those channels. I worked for WFAA, which is a TV station here in Dallas-Fort Worth, for like 32 or 33 years. I can never remember. And I was actually on the air for about 16 of those years with a weekly computer news broadcast, kind of a segment. And there's a link to some of those episodes in the description of this page of this stream. It was called Computer Corner. And before that, I worked at KDFW in Dallas, which at that time was a CBS station affiliated with the CBS television network. It has since been purchased by Fox, but it still has the same call letters. So yeah, I worked at both of those stations, but I was only on the air at WFAA. And then only just once a week on the midday news. Josh says, nice variety of liveries parked there. Well, in this shot, oh, here comes the Medal, I think it's called the Medal of Honor livery, the American Airlines jet there in on the move there in the foreground.
American 2271, turn west heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Brad is saying, with another weather advisory, do we have our weather music? This is a weather alert from Brad Ward. Storm motions are east, northeast, and north-northeast, so anything coming to you would likely start behind you. There's been a weather alert from Brad Ward, the executive producer of Airline Videos Live, here on Runway DFW.
This is Runway DFW.
Now, see, if I were a disc jockey, I'd have some hot music to play after that jingle played, but... So Josh was talking about when I had the picture of the Qantas, Qatar, Frontier, etc., which is just over to the right of this, if I remember right. I think these are all parked in kind of a holding lot. There you see a Sun Country on the left, Qantas in the middle, Qatar on the right. Was there a Frontier over there? I guess not, or maybe it was when we last saw that. And there's a Volaris. So, there you go.
404 and after track, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. On that track, runway 17 right.
3 airplanes that do not have, or 4. No, there's the Frontier there next to the Sun Country. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aircraft that are not American Airlines in the same shot. That may be a first. Usually it's either all American Airlines or all UPS. Ooh, Sky Metro weather with Brad Ward. Now, Brad, I can't purloin you from your duties at Airline Videos Live, so we just borrowed you there for a second. I don't want to make Kevin mad. Let's pull out here and see if we can get something that's going on in the skies. There's a Spirit coming in from, where is it coming in from? New Orleans. See, we don't normally get New Orleans flights on this side of the field. Looks kind of cool there in the dusky late afternoon cloud shrouded DFW airport. I heard some screams. Still haven't seen the A380 pulling back, but you can get a view there of all the folks. When evening falls, we do get a lot of people out here on the grass. Just throw down a blanket or just sit on the grass. I've stopped parking my equipment on the grass though because sprinklers. And I think because of the massive drought we've had, that the airport is turning on its sprinklers a lot more often. It only became really a problem for me in the last few weeks, because I assumed they would just throw those things on in the middle of the night. So I've parked myself back on the concrete here, which is not quite the optimal view, but it's not bad. Unless we got guys in aqua shirts standing in the way. That we saw there was American Airlines Flight 3971 coming in from Tallahassee. That's another flight we don't normally see on this side of the airport. And here is that Medal of Honor livery from American Airlines. We see this fairly regularly here. It's a very handsome paint job. And this one's head out to El Paso.
All aircraft hazardous weather information convective SIGMED 75 and 76 Central at the DFW area available on flight service frequencies.
Headed west is this next flight. It's American Flight 810. Off to Ontario, California, in Southern California.
Victor. Takeoff. 313 DFW Tower with 1607, reduce the final approach speed, runway 17 clear. Go down 17 clear, 1 mile approach. Going 313. 1425 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 1050, contact departure, good day. Departure, good day, American 1050.
We do have a bit of a lineup now to take off.
Take off when we left our nav layer and envoy 40. No, 1425, turn left.
It's an American Eagle,
60,
Embraer
runway
175.
Take off runway 17 right, turn left heading 160 American.
Where's it going, Walt, you ask?
47,
And I reply to Monterrey in Mexico.
for your right. We're 13 right, damage at 854. Clear land 13 right, damage at 854.
And you heard a reference there to runway 13 right. And that is a runway we do not see from our vantage point. It's to the west of us. And I don't see what plane that's coming in there.
3003, taxi via the Echo Sierra, monitor ground 0.65, good day.
Here's American Flight 1807 in Airbus A321. On its way to the capital of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City.
1422, turn left
Just
heading
to our
160,
north.
maintain 10,
Probably about a
runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
45-minute flight, I would guess.
160,
Maybe a little less.
Clear for takeoff, American 1422. 7 right, line of flight, American 4620.
And the next plane to take off is going to be Volaris Flight 4893 on its way to Guadalajara in Mexico. It's an Airbus A320. And if my fat finger could hit the right airplane, I could tell you a little more about it. It's a 4-year-old aircraft.
United 2313, take a high-speed taxi via the Echo Sierra, monitor ground 0.65. Alright, so high-speed Echo Sierra route, United 2313. Traffic code and over the tower, West 322. Senator up there, park 1.5. 60, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 60, maintain 10,000, clear for takeoff.
Here comes an Airbus A321 coming in from El Paso in Texas, far west Texas.
Take off on way 4129. Contact departure, good day.
It has landed. Yeah, let's see if we can get an update on the A380. Well, it's still doesn't look like it's going anywhere quite yet. Brad Ward says, hey, Runway DFW, did you ever work with or know John C. Dvorak? I certainly knew of him. I believe I might have interviewed him once or twice by satellite. I did a lot of satellite interviews because I didn't have any budget for my TV news segment. So, like for instance, I interviewed Bill Gates twice, but by satellite. I interviewed Charlton Heston once, and he was hawking a a Bible, complete version of the Bible on CD-ROM, and he was the voice of God. So he was the narrator of it. So we'll talk to Charlton Heston. Chuck, I like to call him Chuck. So there I am name dropping for you on Runway DFW. This is American Airlines Flight 1245 on its way to Eagle, Colorado. It's a minibus.
Skywest 3097 is visual 1A right. Right, clear to land, Skywest 3097. Right, clear for takeoff. DFW Tower, wind 1306. Traffic is underway. Runway 17 right, line up and wait. 587, line up and wait. 17 right. Crossway left, ground 25, next step, please up. 25, American 2679, visual 17 center. 2679, DFW Tower, wind 1405, runway 17 center, clear to land.
So while it's a little bit quiet now, you are watching Runway DFW in color on YouTube. We'll be here for until it gets dark, I guess. So hang out with us. We'll see more aircraft and stuff, and we'll have fun.
Your first choice for continuous favorites.
On Runway DFW.
It's Saturday, August 20th, 2022. The time is 7:05 locally here. And I think I just put the wrong... When will we start? That's probably an old one. Brett says, let me get rid of that. Hang on a second. Not get rid of you, Brett. Get rid of that. Brett says Bill Gates would be an interesting interview now. Yeah, he would be. I don't know. I was very nervous, even not seeing him in person. Just, I guess as you might expect. The one thing I remember asking him about the debut of Windows 95, and you can watch a replay of that on my Computer Corner History channel. The debut of Windows 95, you just forget what a incredible deal that was as far as how they promoted it. And I asked Bill Gates what he wishes he could have done with Windows 95. Why? The one thing he wished that he could have done that they didn't get in that. And he says he was disappointed, as I recall, in how long it took to load. He wished they could make it load faster when he started it up. And I also remember him drinking in the, while he was waiting for the interview, Bill Gates, Drinking a cherry Coke out of a can.
Runway 17 right, line up and wait.
17 right, airway 734.
679, taxi to the Echo Sierra, monitor ground 0.65.
Well, not going to see that one take off.
237, contact departure, good day.
But people are having fun. As well they should.
638, DFW Tower 1140, runway 17, center, third left.
And here goes another minibus. Out to GRR, Grand Rapids, Michigan. American Flight 1555. Maybe we'll get a status of the A380 as we pan by here. No. Still locked in at the gate over there.
10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 60 on the heading, maintain 10,000.
It's getting darker, British Airways. You need to
1660,
think about pulling out.
runway 17 right, line up and wait.
We've got a bunch of planes taking off, so there's going to be non-stop action. Right here we've got the One World livery of American Airlines, or one of the One World liveries.
Short runway 17 right.
This is a 737-800, and it is going out to Mexico City. It's American Flight 2417.
Monitor ground, American 606. Spirit 1814, contact departure, good day.
Heavy jet incoming.
Runway 1 inch left, chest 978 now. Confirm the departure frequency is still 1855.
Runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
You heard those big engines whining behind me. That was an American Airlines 777 coming in from London Heathrow. Flight 81. A 6-year-old Tri-7. Has anybody ever called it a Tri-7 before? Probably not. It's an exclusive designation of Runway DFW.
636, activity Echo Sierra, monitor ground 0.65, good day.
Hey, what do we got? Another cargo plane? Okay. Qatar Airways. This one's going out to Nagoya in Japan. It's a another 777. Just a 2-year-old aircraft. For your viewing pleasure on Runway DFW. And Runway Collin County wants to know, when is the British Airways going to push back? Just wondering. I've been too busy to check into the departure list here. Let me see if I can look at it while we're looking at this big old plane here. British Airways Flight 192 is estimated to depart at 8:08, which is still almost an hour away. It's going to be dark. A pox on you, British Airways. Well, I wouldn't wish a pox on them, really.
Eastern 1 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. American 1761, DFW Tower, traffic underway, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 2131.
down to 90 degrees. We're almost at the 80 degree Fahrenheit threshold.
27.
So this big bird again is going to Nagoya in Japan. I believe we saw this same flight last week at the same time, or approximately at the same time.
American 1761, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Left 160, 10,000, clear for takeoff, 17 right, American 1761. Runway 17 right, American 2708. 649, Mike southbound, Echo Sierra. Southbound, Echo Sierra, American 649.
I don't know. It should take off from this side. I don't know if they're going to let it take off from the same place as those other cargo jets did earlier, or, you know, which is kind of like a little ways down runway 18 left, or if it's going to climb up the ladder to the top here. And wait in line with the other passenger planes. And the plane you saw behind the Qatar cargo plane was American Flight 2032 off to Missoula, Montana. And you kind of get a view of the curvature of the airport here as the wheels kind of disappear underneath the grassy area there. So it looks like you're going to make this guy wait in line. I mean, you'd think they would give passenger planes dominion over cargo jets if there's a lineup. And there is, because I see. I can honestly not see how many planes there are over there. But there's a few.
Good day, American 2728. Guard up to B Park 20 left, clear for takeoff, runway 30. 1 left,
Bill Platt says we need more tri-jets. We have not seen any tri-jets activity today. We do on the weekdays, not on Saturdays so much. Both UPS and FedEx operate MD-11s, and FedEx still has a couple of DC-10s floating around. They've got maybe 4 of them left, I think. And I believe this is their final year of operation for UPS.
1660 DFW Tower, 1405, traffic is underway. Runway 17 right, line up and wait. Alright, American 1660. 4640 DFW Tower, 11505, runway 17 center, clear to land.
Going slightly mad was replying to Sam Guilford, who said he saw an A380 fly over my work and saw it on Flight Radar, and then saw it land at LAX via a plane spotting stream. It was awesome. That plane is huge. and I hope we will get to see it take off, but it may be dark by the time it does, especially because of all the cloud cover, so we're not getting a lot of twilight tonight, I don't think. And now French is responding to runway Collin County, saying the A380 is always a slow turnaround.
American 1660, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Heading 10,000, clear for takeoff, 17 right, American 66. 928, DFW sky, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
The official airline of Bananas, Spirit, coming in from Fort Lauderdale with that Airbus A321. As it's starting to, nightfall is beginning to descend on the big airport.
2553, thanks, taxi to the exit here, monitor ground point 65, good evening. Fire show, 692. American 1360, DFW tower, wind 1605, runway 17 center,
American Flight 2697 and Airbus A321 now beginning its journey to La La Land, which I'm sure people in Los Angeles don't like it heard being called. Qatar cargo plane still hanging out, waiting for its turn over here. Our next departure. I believe this is flight 2373 off to Las Vegas.
3882, crossing Lake Charge, North heavy departs to parallel. Skywest 3149, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 160, 10,000, 17 right, clear for takeoff. 32 heavy DFW tower, wind 1606, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 17 right, American 132. 928,
It's a busy time.
American 2928. Runway 38 to 780, go whenever.
So I guess this is the flight to Las Vegas. I think I misidentified the previous flight to Las Vegas, which wasn't going to Las Vegas. So I apologize to anybody listening for that misidentification.
3057 DFW tower, wind 1605, runway 17 center, clear to land. 17 center, clear to land, got 3657.
A recollection from Hughes Air, Going Slightly Mad, that Hughes Air West was the top banana in the West, and it was yellow too. So there's that.
330 DFW tower, wind 1606, call for Wake Surge on supporting heavy Dreamliner, runway 17 right, line up and wait. Line up, wait.
So there's the flight to Las Vegas.
1360, taxi via the Echo Sierra, monitor ground point 65. Yeah, there's 25, 3149, contact the bar, Cricketoo. Roger, got 3149. Left, take off, go 3280. Well, they lost American 1243.
The next to take off is going to be American Eagle Flight 3280, CRJ 700, on its way to Idaho Falls, I believe.
American 330, correct, American 132, heavy contact departure, good day. 132. Left left wind. Right downwind.
That American Eagle Flight was coming in from San Angelo in Texas.
330, clear takeoff, 18 right, or 17 right, and heading 160 for American 330.
And this is American Flight 1243, an A321 on its way to San Diego, California.
Atlanta boys, guys, 3123.
Check out the cloud cover. I'd say mostly cloudy. Pretty much mostly cloudy. Now the Qatar 777 cargo is on the move. Perhaps it will be next, or maybe it's just positioning itself.
DFW Tower, wind 1607, runway 17 right, line up and wait. Right, line up and wait, American 2251. 3057, turn right, Mike 4, taxi to the exit Sierra route. 3057, on Mike, monitor ground point 65. That's how much runway, American 1241. Let's take your guns right downstairs, 251.
It's been so long I almost forgot where that was going. It's going to Nagoya in Japan. So we would expect it to have a long roll here because it's laden with fuel for the Trans-Pacific journey. Coming in from Houston, Texas, American Flight 2737, 737-800. And next on the line for takeoff is, looks like from here, American Flight 1241. Let's check the N number there. Yep. So this is the A321 on its way to SeaTac Airport in Seattle. Seattle-Tacoma. Might as well get a preview of that Frontier livery. It's a Ferndale the Pygmy Owl. I guess we saw that coming in earlier.
Zulu, cross runway 17 right, turn right, Hotel Yankee to ramp. 9 just coming up on LeGray, so I'll wait that.
So apparently we're still 30 minutes or maybe a little more away from the departure of the big A380 headed back to London town.
17 Center, American 1111.
And you can probably tell it's getting dark here. It's a little harder to tell on camera than it is in person.
59 to heading 160, contact departure, good day. Good day. Flight 4943, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000. Runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
American Airlines Flight 1207 on its way to Tucson, Arizona. And Airbus A321 on runway DFW. Looks like Frontier has emerged from the shuffle. This is Flight 1246. And I do not have a destination assigned to it here on my radar screen. So good luck, whoever's on there, wherever you're going. I'm sure the cockpit crew knows exactly where they're going.
Tower Envoy 4008, inbound visual 17 center.
That is off. Let us watch the arrival of this aircraft coming in from Las Vegas. It's American Flight 1599, Airbus A321 coming in from Las Vegas. There's an American A321 off to Salt Lake City, Flight 2375. American 1111, take the high speed, check south on Mike, to the Echo Sierra route, monitor ground 0.65. Sierra 0.65, American 1111. Take that up. Let you watch planes jockeying for position here for a moment or two while I Get a bit of refreshment. Right here on Runway DFW. Alright, I've consumed all my water, so I can get back to my annoying chatter here. But I kid. Let's see,
Mike, 2496 is visual on 17 center, parking on the side. 3887, contact departure, good night. One heading 160, maintain 10,000, 117 right, clear for takeoff. 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Keith Wheeler checking in. Hello from Music City Walt and all DFW chatters. I don't think any of the music we play here on Runway DFW would pass muster in Music City, but actually, you know, I think about it sometimes, and I think the music we play here is all what they call production music, and a lot of it, let me point my microphone in the right direction here, hang on a second. A lot of the, the music we play here was produced by and played by very talented musicians, and they're just kind of making a buck on their day off, really. And you'll note that, as you've noted in the comments, a lot of it was designed to sound like other music, while not, infringing on the copyrights of the original music, which is more familiar to everybody, so it's fun to listen to. Still keeping our eye on the big A380, waiting for it to push back. This Frontier flight is on its way to Denver, and it seems to have some sort of a turtle on there, doesn't it? No, I'm wrong. That, my friends, is Sunny the collared lizard livery. Colorful little chap. With the skyline of Dallas behind it. And as this one rolls, we've got a flight coming in from Los Angeles, A321, American Flight 1331. It's always fun to see planes land here at dusk or daybreak when you see all the runway lights flickering. So we'll stick with it through the departure of the A380. Unfortunately, we don't have one of those cameras that can really make things shine at night, but we'll do the best we can. And I see something moving there, but I don't think it's the A380, is it? No. So we'll keep our eye on that. Got another 737 blasting off, this one for the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's American Flight 1578.
6146 heavy, DFW Tower, 1140 at 7, runway 177, third delay. Got it on. 177, ready up. 146 heavy. Alright.
Well, a pretty low angle takeoff, I would say.
Alright, below 720 heavy, landing traffic, short final will hold short of your intersection at Alpha. Cross runway 17 center, taxi pop up to the hangar.
That flight coming in from Lubbock, that American Eagle flight, 5752. I like to imagine people there with their clipboards and their scorecards and getting mad at me when I don't announce the correct flight number. Quite a crowd here now. I mean, this is a Saturday night crowd here at the DFW Founders Plaza. We're on the northwest side of the airfield. And it's kind of non-stop action right now for everybody who's hanging out. As we have American Flight 584 coming in from Tucson. It's a 737-800. Oh, look at this! That's my favorite livery. That is my favorite American livery. Seriously, they should go back to that. But they can't, because planes aren't made of aluminum anymore, or at least not all of them. That was one of the reasons they gave when they switched over to their current livery from this, which was the immediate predecessor. But yeah, I like this one better. So again, American does a number of planes up in what they call heritage liveries to honor their previous incarnations or airlines that have come together to make up what is now American Airlines. That's one of my favorites. That may be my favorite of the American Airlines liveries. They also have a version that's older than that of one of their heritage liveries called Astrojet, which is interesting, but it's a little dated. I think the one we just saw, that one, to me, it holds up as a livery. I'm not a big fan of the current American livery. There it is in all its glory. Just sit on that and savor it for a second or two. Keith Wheeler knows what we're talking about. Something special in the air. Chuck, who was here a little earlier, says it's his favorite too. He loves it. The lost art of cheat lines. Yes, we talk about that occasionally here. And Bill Platt says the best American Airlines livery ever. Classic American. And John Opio agrees that was the best for American. Now we've got this ghost plane here. Oh, that's a Mesa Airlines plane flying on behalf of American Eagle. So I'm glad we could bring that to you. That's another bonus here on Runway DFW. I'm trying to line up camera 2 here. And Chiller Pick Magnus agrees that was a awesome old school livery. And Douglas says, surprised that's flying, still flying the old livery. Well, it's only flying it because American chooses to repaint some of their planes in other liveries. And Going Slightly Mad also agrees that's the one to go. So plenty of planes coming in and going out. Don't know how well we can see that. By the way, you're looking at the DFW Founders Plaza there. Here's the view looking north to the planes coming in, the first of which is from Austin, flight 1060, a Boeing 737-800. And then behind it will be, it's like a Frontier flight coming in from Phoenix. That was a little jouncy, wouldn't you say? What's the opposite of butter? This flight 1060 coming in from Austin, Texas. Bill Platt says Frontier A320 in the Lemon Shark livery is incoming, so we'll get to see that in just a second. Let us change our point of view from the southeast to the north slowly so you don't get dizzy. Get a view of some of the folks who are hanging out. So here comes the Lemon Shark livery of Frontier Airlines coming in from Phoenix. Here on Runway DFW. Tried to get that shark there for you. And now for our A380 update. There it is.
American 2393 is with you on the visual for 177. Alpha.
Chillerpick Magnus says, I love Frontier livery like a child. It is pretty cool that somebody thought to do that and convinced whoever the muckety-mucks were at Frontier Airlines that that would be a nice thing to do a different paint job on every plane, at least on the tail.
American 546, contact departure connect. Air Shuttle 5879.
If we could be here till 10:16 and we had a camera that was capable of seeing it, we could see the very nice retro PSA livery on American Airlines with the smiley face in the front. That's always fun to see.
American 2393 will be staying with you here on the east side.
I am looking at my departure. Is this departures? Yes, let me refresh it again.
4189, visual 17 center.
I, my friends, am not seeing British Airways on the departure list. Could that be possible? No, I am not.
Hey, Tower, American 2635.
So, is it possible that it's here to stay?
37 traffic hold, crossway 17 right, turn left on Lima, then contact ground point 65. Good land, that's 28, or 18 right, American 2635.
So let me check with British Airways.
American 2664, crossway 17 right, contact ground point 65. On the other side, code 17 right, American 26. American 2336, call the company there, Echo Lima, cross 17 right, point 65 for ground. American 1832, crossway 17 right, contact ground point 65. 17 right, point 65, American 1832. 3716, contact departure connect. Or departure good night, all 3716. American 2065 is on the visual 17 center. American 2065, DFW 11408 on the 177.
So I'm looking at the British Airways site now. I'm trying to find out, let's see here. I know I saw on the British Airways website somewhere where you could see what their current flight status was. And for some reason I'm not seeing it. But I guess it's possible that this flight is not going out. Oh, flight status, here we go. Okay, so it says here, Flight 192 from Dallas to Heathrow, scheduled to leave at 7:30 and it's on time. So, there you go, it's on time. It's left already. Don't know what to tell you, folks. I have sitting right in front of me an A320. Sarah Craig says it's supposed to leave at 7:40. Clearly it hasn't done that. Well, we'll just keep an eye on it as we greet American Airlines Flight 2635 from Ontario, California. It's an Airbus A321 on Runway DFW. Definitely starting to get a little murky here. But we'll plow through as best we can. We have no takeoffs at the moment, but we do have incoming flights. The next one will be from Monterey in Mexico, the American Airlines flight 1705, a minibus, as our temperature now falls to
Okay, we're parking
just
on the east side.
89
Take off
degrees.
20 left on Whiskey Lima for 2635.
Josh says, could you imagine the A380 with an American livery? Gosh, I couldn't imagine that. Bet somebody who's artistically inclined could mock that up. Or probably, Airbus probably did a mock-up like that, you know, in its bid to sell American Airlines that plane. Josh says the boarding gates are pulling back now on Speedbird, so we'll get back to that in just a second after we say hello to this flight from Monterey. Shift our attention now back to the gigantic aircraft. Runway Collin County says that they're flying an Airbus A380 Qantas from Sydney to Los Angeles. Flight 11. That sounds amazing. I hope you have a bang-up flight there, Runway Collin County. And just a reminder, once again, if you are into what we do here at Runway DFW, you would like to join the Moderation Federation and be an official but unpaid DFW Runway DFW moderator, go to the description in this broadcast and contact me at runwaydfw@gmail.com, and I will evaluate your application. And yeah, I hope you will consider that. Help us keep the peace in the chat room, which is normally pretty peaceful, although we get some unwanted interlopers every now and again. How long have we been on the air now? Almost 5 hours. So, to me, this is a long broadcast. I know to those of you who watch airline videos live and some of those other broadcasts, they go on for hours and hours and hours. But to us, this will do. And we hope you enjoy it. And there you see our darkening skies. Lots of cloud cover, bringing the promise of impending rain, which we really want to see here in North Texas. Coming in from the left coast, Santa Ana Airport to be specific. American Flight 2861, 737-800. Touching down on its journey from John Wayne Airport.
3892, Mike to Bravo, hold short of 17 right. Bravo, hold short, 17 right on.
A little more than a 2.5-hour flight. And we have a heavy aircraft on approach to the takeoff position here. It's a 777. It's on its way to Los Angeles. American Flight 9835. And Sarah Craig is, I think, thanking us for broadcasting on this Saturday afternoon and evening, and we're glad to bring it to you, Sarah. I hope you will spread the word about Runway DFW to your friends and neighbors who enjoy airplanes as much as we do. So this plane got the line up and wait message. Turned into a very pleasant evening here. 89 degrees, kind of holding steady, but with a southerly breeze, it's quite comfortable for those of us who have endured 100 plus days this summer. This one again is going out to Los Angeles. Again, it's one of the few wide-body flights that American does in the lower 48 states from here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth is very, so centralized that flights to either coast aren't that long, relatively speaking.
Runway 17 right, American 1547. American 1291 DFW Tower, 17 right, on the way. DFW Tower, American 2391 on a visual to 17 center, slowing. Clear to land 17 center, American 2391. 136.7 Mike to Bravo, hold short of 17 right. American 2078, visual 17 center. 2078, clear to land, 17 center, to wind 1308. And 17 center, American 2078. American 1547, contact departure, good night. Departure, good night, American 1547. 91, turn left heading 160, between 10,000, 17 right, clear for takeoff. Heading off, departure, good night. 7 right. 772 DFW Tower, 17 right, on its way. 7 right, on its way, on board,
Off to the City of Angels. Hey, get out of the way. Who was that? Some guy with a hat. Guy with a hat and a microphone. Well, back to the matter at hand. The wind is picking up here, just a tad. I believe, did I see that? I swore for a second I saw that pushing back. I think it was an optical illusion. Josh Aldrich is saying DFW is within a 4-hour flight to most of the major airports in the continental United States. I would think to all of them. At least if you're talking about the continental United States. Michelle R.S. says, I like flying into John Wayne Airport versus LAX. I don't know that I've ever been. You know, it could be that I've been there. Maybe I was there before it was called John Wayne. I can't remember. It's been quite a while. But A-list flyer Chris agrees that Long Beach is a great hidden gem, depending on what part of the basin you're going to. Chiller Pick Magnus says, I'm flying an Airbus 318 Air France from Paris to Nice. Well, that's a rare bird, Chiller Pick. As we've discussed here previously on the channel, not too many of those 318s are still around. Air France, I think, is one of only 2 airlines that still flies that bird. Beve saying, enjoyed a great deal. Thank you, Walt. And I'm so honored that we have so many friends here at Runway DFW. Keith Wheeler asks, are the north landings coming in over Grapevine Lake? Let me picture that in my mind. I don't think so. They go over now I'm blanking out on the name of the lake. Oh, Louisville Lake, or Lake Louisville, depending on who you talk to. I don't know about Grapevine Lake, though. So we're waiting. We're playing a waiting game here at Runway DFW. That plane there in the center of our shot was supposed to have left about almost a half hour ago. Yeah, they're kind of taking their time. And that's certainly okay, you know. I guess unless you're, I've never, a lot of people get upset about waiting at airports and things, and that's something that's never bothered me. I've always loved just hanging around at airports. And as I've discussed before, collecting timetables back when that was a thing. I loved that. I'd get on the plane with a satchel full of timetables and then just look at them. They were just fantastic.
American 240 Heavy, heading 160, contact park. Good night. 240 Heavy, good night. 181. Alpha 36, need a push complete. Coast 3133 is visual approach 17 center. 3 DFW to carry. Your 60 knots faster than the company. You're following 3 miles ahead from a 17 center third lane and 130 day. 133. Operations local 750.
BR Wombat. I don't know if we've had a message from BR Wombat before, but hello BR Wombat, who is echoing the praise for Long Beach. They've flown into LAX and Orange County many times, but LGB is their hands-down favorite. Small, quirky, and fun.
Operations local 750.
Well, what do you think? What are the odds that this is going to go out in the next 10 minutes?
Devon Tower, America 679, visual 17 center. 679, DFW Tower, 17 center, third lane, 11308. 17 center, America 679. Third lane, 13 left, up with 4.
We did cross the 6,000 subscriber threshold today, thanks to all of you who have subscribed. We're up to almost 6,050.
And 13 right, southwest, 1497.
So our next target will be 7,000. So thanks to all of you who have clicked the button. And somebody just subscribed. Oh, somebody was asking before, why aren't we seeing the acknowledgments on the screen about new subscribers, which normally when somebody subscribes we have a little notification on the screen, and that was one of the things I didn't get to do this morning when I was feverishly reassembling my computer from having had to wipe it to factory settings and then restoring everything. So I apologize for that, for anybody who didn't get to see their names acknowledged. I hope to have that back for our next broadcast. And so Josh is correcting me about the flight times from here. If you go from here to Seattle, it averages 4 hours and 14 minutes. So it's around 4 hours, but it is more than 4 hours. I guess I would have guessed it was a little shorter than that, but Josh has done the research on behalf of us here at Runway DFW. Well, we've got a couple of aircraft that are in the sky making their way down here, and so we'll take a look at them as they get a little closer. Kind of a relaxing end to our broadcast. Our next arrival is going to be American Eagle Flight 3781 coming in from GSO. Where is that? Greensboro. Okay, that makes sense. Be an Embraer 175. And that'll be followed by a Banana Bird Spirit Airlines coming in from Cancun.
American 2953 top.
So our picture's starting to get a little more murky as the sun goes down and our camera struggles to keep up.
Okay, local 750, fuel on board, left tank, I got 10280.
Here comes the Greensville flight, or Greensboro flight.
10386.
The wind kind of picked up as that plane touched down. And I'm looking at the official line of duskiness crossing over the airport right now on my Flight Radar 24 screen. And next up is this Spirit Airlines Flight 1017 from Cancun, which we are awaiting. All right, here comes the Spirit flight from Cancun in Mexico. check in with British Airways. What? It is moving. It is moving.
Falcon Direct 981 with you on the visual 17 Direct 981 DFW 177 through the lane with 1308.
Josh is saying enjoy the bananas while the supplies last. Yeah, we will not be seeing, well, you know, who knows how long that's going to take to get approved, if it does get approved. Of course, there's always a chance the authorities will not approve the merger between Spirit and JetBlue, but we'll just have to see. And Sarah joins the celebration. It's moving! Yippee, yippee, ha ha ha! And everybody is alerting us. Douglas Serrano saying Swiss Air International doesn't come to DFW yet. Yeah, I would imagine that whatever an earlier incarnation of Swiss Air has had a history here at DFW at some point, but not since I've been out here. A-list flyer Chris wants to know who is that on ATC giving fuel quantities. You know, I've got to check my I programmed those frequencies into my scanner kind of rapidly, and I have to go back and review them to see if I've got all the right frequencies in there. Sometimes I hear Love Field traffic going out, and so we don't really need to hear Love Field over here. Tony Euro is saying greetings from Orlando, Florida. Hello, Tony. Glad to have you with us. Allie French, the BA Swan is on the move. How beautiful she is. And there she goes. Speedbird is... Can't tell if it's still being tugged or if it's under its own power now. Looks like there's a tug in front of it. Well, while that pulls out, let's look at another departing aircraft, shall we? It says United Flight 2005. It's an Airbus A320 on its way to Frisco. It's in the older livery. This is a 20-year-old aircraft dating back to July of 2002.
Maintain 17,000, clear for takeoff, 17 right, clear 668. Go 3134, DFW Tower, 17 right, line of way. 134, hold short of 17 right, line's ready.
Well, there it goes in the older livery. We got these super graphics on the side. So we'll watch it take off, and then we'll go back to the A380 as it makes its long journey to the north end of runway 18 left.
981 crosswind 17 right, kilo 8, contact on point 65.
So that's off, and we will shift our focus back to Big Bird.
Yeah, 2005 North Park. American 695, crossway 17 right, contact ground point 65 at Echo Mike.
We say hello to Korean Air 5431. Hello to you. Lachlan Adderley, good morning, Walt. Hello, fellow viewers. Beginning to get addicted to these, LOL. You know, I feel I'm kind of the same way. It's kind of what got me into this. I was watching, you know, obviously flights from other, or these streams from other cities, and I kept looking around for the one from DFW, and I didn't find it, so I thought, well, I'll give it a try. Douglas Serrano, cool to see the BA A380. Yes, it's the only one we currently, the only A380 we currently get in here to DFW. And Brad Ward saying, so close yet so far on the rain. Yeah, we've been kind of lucky. We've lucked out. Not that we don't need the rain, but I didn't need it for this broadcast, so. Thank you, rain. Come as soon as I pack everything up. And rain a lot. And there goes an American Dream. Wow, we got 3 planes at once there. We got an American Dreamliner headed back to the American hangar area. There in the foreground. And that plane that was landing was American Flight 3718. That's American Eagle Flight 3718 coming in from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Sorry about that noise. Trying to readjust my mic. Checking the DAR to see if there's anything interesting imminently arriving.
4176 on a visual, 1 speed left. Good evening.
Is Lufthansa still flying their A380s, says Douglas. I don't think so. I think they retired all of theirs, I believe. I may be wrong, but I believe, I mean, I think they're still in storage, but I don't think they're planning to bring them back, but who knows? Bravo Lima says, hi Walt, I love your streams. Wish I had known about this park when I lived in that area. You get some great views there. We do indeed. Thank you, Bravo Lima. And we're kind of chilling, waiting for the big A380 to get up here to its takeoff point. And Noel Kearns, I love that your little icon there. I live here in DFW. Glad to see a plane spotter out at DFW now. Thank you, Noel. And Lachlan is saying, I'm proud of you, Walt. Everyone says my last name wrong. Hopefully that rain stays away for you guys. It's sunny and warm here in Australia. Sunny and warm is, I thought it was supposed to be winter down there. No? In fact, I just saw, I was watching, last night I was watching, as I was trying to get my computer working, the Sid Squad, live from Sydney, and it did look a little bit cold there. I can't remember who was the host last night. They have a kind of a rotating group of hosts. Just got attacked by a grasshopper. So here it comes finally at 8:22 local time. The big A380, and there goes a 777 photobombing it. Green Air 5431, yay, big boy A380 is coming. And I'm sorry it's so dark out, but looks like they've got the tail illuminated anyway. T-Monster says, I also saw the A380 yesterday as well at that gate. Let's keep track of its progress here. So I don't pan the camera too much, I'll just try to leave it in a fixed position. That way it doesn't get too blurry. And I'd like to say thank you to Richard Sutterfield for a $1.99 super chat. Go Fort Smith! I'm not exactly sure what that means, but for $1.99, I appreciate it. I wish there was as much light on the British Airways plane as there is on that Qantas plane behind it. Looks like a Hollywood movie back there for the Qantas jet. And now it's so dark. Let's play Find the A380. I can actually see it better on my camera screen than I can in person. T-Monster says, hopefully a lot of interesting planes show up before the sun goes down because it can get dark pretty quick in DFW. Well, T-Monster, it is already dark. The sun has gone down, unfortunately. So we're just kind of hanging in there to see this big plane make its way into the skies. If only I had a giant flashlight, I could shine it over there. Maybe everybody over here could just turn on their headlights. And we'd get some illumination on that aircraft. Come on, everybody, turn on your headlights.
Skywest 3134, heading 160, contact departure, get in. We're in. The traffic, what's your Romeo now? What's your Romeo in the question? One of the near guys is drew out. I believe this is passing right over the highway 30 here, am I correct? Wind 50 tower, wind 13010, my 17 center, third line. So, Romeo again.
So here it comes. This will be our final flight of the day, of the evening. Such a pleasure to have you all with us. And we will be back hopefully, well, it depends on it. We're supposed to get a lot of rain this week, and if it's raining, we probably won't be out here, but if there's a break, we'll hope to check in with you at least one morning this week, this coming week. So, as they say, click that reminder bell if you are so inclined. And again, if you want to become a member of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation and help us corral our chat room during broadcasts, let me know. The information is in the description of this broadcast. It's just email me at runwaydfw@gmail.com. That's runwaydfw@gmail.com if you would like to be a part of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. So here it is. It was headed north. Now it's going to make a big U-turn to go south.
American 898 DFW Tower, wind 120 at 12, runway 17 center, third line.
It will lift off to the south, and then it will head northeast to its final destination of London Heathrow. Okay, here we go. We've seen our share of heavies today. 3 Queens coming in, 3 going out. Sprinkle in a few 777s and Dreamliners. Got a glimpse of an A330 with the Finnair flight taxiing over to the other side of the airport. So all in all, pretty good plane spotting Saturday for you on Runway DFW. Douglas Serrano says, next time you do streams at this time of day when it becomes night, you should get night vision. Well, why didn't I think of that? No, Douglas, I'd love to have it, but that involves an investment of, I think for a camera that's capable of doing what I would like it to do, about $2,000, and then add at least another $1,000 for a lens. So you're talking some cash money there, and while we are starting to make some money from our YouTube association, it's not quite enough for us to get to that point yet. But it's on our list, on our wish list. So thank you for mentioning that. I would love to have that right now. But this camera is not capable of handling that kind of, you know, just doesn't pull things out of the dark like some of the more expensive cameras do. But if all of you who are watching right now would just give us what? 200 by It was like $20 or something. Presto, we'd have a night vision camera and lens. I didn't have the graphics made up for our I think you can go to our description of this video to find the place where you can, if you want to send us a PayPal, you go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. That's paypal.com/runwaydfw if you'd want to make a contribution to Runway DFW for us for equipment purchases and streaming expenses. That would be much appreciated. And you do hear some planes in the background there. There are a couple of planes lined up ahead of the BA flight, the A380, so it's kind of waiting for these other planes to take off. And frankly, it's so dark here now that unless you are as an aircraft as big as an apartment building, there's not much to see. Given the fact that we don't have a night vision camera. So hang in there with us. We'll just watch this roll down the runway and sail into the sky, and then we'll say goodnight to you, and we'll be back soon. There is the wide angle view from where we are. I guess you can kind of make out people sitting there on the grass, but it's pretty dark. And part of the reason it's so dark is because, well, there's no moon or stars tonight because of the cloud cover. That helps a little bit. But yeah, once the sun went down, the sky got pretty dark pretty fast. So one of these days, this plane will come in on time, this A380. They'll turn it around in record time, and we will see it take off in the daylight, although those days are becoming numbered quickly because the days are getting shorter as we head towards the fall. So I don't know, maybe we'll have to wait till next summer, or maybe the schedule will change, or maybe another airline will fly the A380 in here. Aperture to the rescue. Well, our aperture is wide open, A-list flyer Chris. Okay, so we're on the move here. Well, Big Bird is on the move. So I think it's their turn. It's 8:36. And we are off.
Highway 3087, nice job at Kilo 8 cross, runway 17 right, contact ground 0.65. Kilo 8 cross, 17. 97 at Echo Mike cross, runway 17 right, contact ground 0.65. Cross 17 right, 0.65, Delta 286. 1500 DFW Tower, 1140 at 13 traffic is crossing runway 17 right, line up and wait. Runway 17 right, American 1500. Delta
have a very large gust came through here. My chair blew over. Gotta watch out for my computer here. Alright, well I think that is going to do it for us on this Saturday evening. I think the wind is telling us that we need to get out of here pronto. So let me get my chair upright. We have a seat, and we are going to say adieu to you as soon as I find the music. Here we go. Okay, well, all good things must come to an end, and so does this edition of Runway DFW live from DFW Airport, where for the last 5 hours and 39 minutes we've been streaming some action, some inaction, just kind of hung around and did a lot of stuff and watched planes and saw 3 747s come and 3 747s go. So, pretty good time, and it was made all the better by your presence. So thank you very much for hanging out with us for all or part of it, and we will be back soon on Runway DFW. And as we always say, happy contrails to you until we meet again. Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned for Gomer Pyle next on most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it, too late to change it now.